Hello.
Hi, Marion.
Oh, good. You can hear me.
Yes, I can.
The meeting's not ready to start yet. Sounds like there's only two of us.
Yes, we're not ready.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
There's 90 cars in that last one that went by. I didn't count these. Lots of related. I messed with this and having a crew come out of it. 172. Uh-oh. The six, are they starting?
I'm on. Good. Two of us, so they don't have one.
You and Gary.
Keep trying to.
I'm talking to Sharon.
Not for sure. Hey,
We haven't got to the flag man yet. I guess he'd be the first one to stop. But car.
Sound like Sean.
Are we ready?
We have a, is Mr. Wells, is that you?
yes, I'm on. Can you hear me? Mr. Carlson, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. you hear me now? Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Secretary Wells? Secretary Wells? Text him, tell him we can't hear him.
Mr. Wells, we cannot hear you.
I can't hear anybody. Did the meeting for anybody? Did the meeting hurt?
Yes,
I can hear you, Sharon.
I can't hear anyone in the boardroom.
How about now?
I can't either.
tell him they're fixing audio. Text.
Let me see.
Text it.
if-
Can you hear me now?
Don't say it, text.
He's gonna be driving, checking his own text. He thinks he's driving.
Hello.
Brian, can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you, Sharon. Can you hear us? Sharon, can you hear us?
I can barely hear you.
Hello.
Hello?
Sharon. Hello.
I can hear you, Leandro.
Okay. So we're fixing the audio from the computer. How is that?
Mr. Wells, can you hear us now?
I can slightly, yes.
What about this?
That's much better.
Better.
Okay.
Better. Okay.
Has the meeting started?
Yes,
What time did you start? And
125.
1:25, okay.
Are we on YouTube? Okay. President Haskell. Secretary Wells.
Here.
Board Member Montoya.
Present.
Board Member So. And Vice President is here. So we have 3 to make a quorum, and we will start. Could I have a motion to convene in executive session?
Motion.
I make a motion to convene in the executive session.
You're not a board member.
If that's a consideration, if that's what you think we need to do, Madam Vice President.
I say wait. What was the need? Mhm. Okay, I say we leave it, because President Haskell is not on, and it would be good for her to hear. We'll just go into executive. So motion to go into executive,
I believe Mr. Wells called it.
I made the motion.
second.
Second.
Okay, we'll vote. Board members Montoya
Yes.
and Secretary Wells,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay, we're convening an executive session, Sharon.
Okay, Suzette's just now logging in into Zoom. Suzette's online now.
Okay.
Directors, go ahead and you can leave, but it may change. So just be ready, please.
Brian, are you gonna put other than waiting room?
Yeah, and if you have some copies, just especially for justifications, things that you could point to.
Okay, Sharon, we'll put you in a waiting room.
Hello? Sorry, I was having trouble getting on. Can you hear me? Hello?
I
Can you hear me?
Suzette.
I can hear you, Suzette.
Okay.
I can,
I can hear you,
good.
Suzette.
Sorry about that. I couldn't connect to my car. Yes?
Okay. B, reconvening in open session stated that the board has discussed in executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discussion on personnel matters regarding the board's goals and expectations of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, and discussion of participation in pending and/or threatened litigation pertaining to the Zuni lawsuits and state of New Mexico educational funding concerns as permitted under NMSA 1978, Sections 10-15-1, H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Someone like to make a motion to reconvene?
I motion.
I so move.
Ms. Aspis.
I'll second it then.
All right, we got a second, Mr. Wells. Did you get that, Sharon?
Cheryl.
Yes, I did.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Voter roll call. Ms. Haskey. Ms. Haskey.
Sorry, it's so hard to unmute. It goes all over the place from my phone. But yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Aspis.
Yes.
Mr. So.
Yes.
Mr. Wells.
Yes.
And myself, yes, that's 5. We reconvene. Time is now 3:15. So on to the reports and discussions for the directors.
Jerry, you don't have anything on C?
Not at this time, no, we don't.
Thank you.
So we're going to 3, right?
Yes. So there's no action as of yet. Ms. Thompson, are you on yet? She just got on? Okay.
She's just now connecting.
All righty. We'll give her a quick minute.
I'm on board.
All right, very good. You want to go ahead and start, please?
Good afternoon, Board President Haskey, Vice President Aspis, Secretary Wells, Board Member Montoya. I was asked to provide some information about the cost of construction and why it's so expensive. Sharon, can you please share the documents that I provided to the board? So the first page is the AGC, a report from the AGC that takes a snapshot of construction from the year 2018 to April of 2023. And you can see across the board how the price of construction has increased throughout the years. Specifically in the 21 to 22 year, we saw enormous jumps in materials, labor, fuel, just everything associated with the construction of facilities. It breaks it out there on the sheet. Is there any questions from the board about this sheet
that they would like to ask questions about?
Open up to the board for questions for Ms. Thompson. Ms. Haskey?
I don't have any questions right now. Thank you.
Ms. Aspis?
No, I don't. I think it's already been presented and a well-known fact that inflation and, you know, has upped a lot of these areas. And if paid attention to or attended the conferences, that, you know, it's already been well expressed. Thank you.
Mr. Wells?
In light of the fact that I can't see what she's presenting, but being aware that costs are and have been increasing and accelerating for the past couple of years, I have no question.
Mr. So? Board member So, any comments?
No, I don't at this time.
Okay. The only thing I have to say with that is the unfortunate aspect of this increase is that both the state and the federal government have not increased their fundings to the school districts, especially when you're looking at us in regards to impact aid. I believe I had made a comment about a month ago about how impact aid was increased by $7 million, and somebody actually broke it down, and it only equated to $4.50 for each student. And the same would apply for construction costs across the board from the state and the federal government, and it's just not keeping pace with the inflation. So with that, if there's no other further questions or comments, thank you, Ms. Thompson. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm sorry.
Also, board members, attached to the back of the AGC report is the wage decisions for the state of New Mexico. And I included the one from 2019, which was the year that we submitted our application for Newcomb Elementary School. And you can see a bricklayer in 2019 was paid a base rate of $23.78. In today's times, in 2024 times, the wage decisions now have a subsistence zone and incentive pay rates attached to our project. So that same bricklayer who in 2019 was making $23.78, today they're making $27.03. But there's also a subsistence that comes with that trade, which if that bricklayer, if the project is anywhere from 50 to 75 miles away from the employer's main office, now that bricklayer also gets paid $35 per day as a per diem. So that's what we're looking at currently in the construction area. I'd like to draw your attention back to the AGC form, table 1. If you look down on the left-hand side of table 1, you'll see a new school building construction in 2022 took a 17.9% increase. The last couple years, it's dropped 0.6, 0.4, but early as April of 2023, it took another 10.8% increase. And what we're looking at on the horizon, what they're estimating on the horizon is we're probably going to see another 6% increase in the year of 2024 in the construction industry. So with that, I stand for any further questions.
Okay, Ms. Thompson, I appreciate that. And I failed to allude to, when we look at the 6-year trend by location, Fund 11,000, and your year-to-year, the fiscal 23-24 was at 1.9, and then for 24-25 is 2.48. Is there any specific reason for that increase of almost $500,000?
I'm sorry, Board Member Montoya, can you please repeat the question?
Okay, on the 6-year trend by location for Fund 11,000, 23-24 shows 1.9 million. 24-25 shows an increase up to 2.48 million. What is the justification for that $500,000 increase?
Are you referring to the construction, the 843 or 841, Mr. Montoya?
841.
841.
Yes.
So those are projects that will be rolling over into the next year.
Just to clarify, those are rollover projects. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So those are already incurred costs, encumbered costs that are just carrying over.
Our CIP report is showing a little difference in number. So we need to visit with the finance department to see what that difference is. We're showing a lower number in our CIP report.
Okay. It'd be nice to have a little bit more clear-cut number for determinations that are coming up. Okay, anything else on board? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Chappelle, go ahead, please.
Quick question, Candace. Is that rollover increase potentially attributable to these higher costs?
Yes, it is. So what I show on my CIP report in that 11,000 funds are these following projects: an electrical upgrade to central office, there's central housing phase 2, closeout documents for Kirtland swimming pool. And when we say closeout, there's an 11-year warranty period where we hold a small amount of funds until the project has gone through the 11-month warranty period. So for the swimming pool, there's $6,800 that we're holding until we go to that 11-month project. There is OHO playground. It's showing 32,000. We're just waiting for the vendor to invoice us 100% on this project, and this project will be complete. The testing of the abandoned lagoon at Kirtland Elementary School, We have 6,000 showing on that. We have the two kiln enclosures in Kirtland at the middle school and the elementary school. We're waiting for the vendor to invoice us on those. We have the track resurfacing at Shiprock High School that will be commencing as soon as Wednesday. And then we have a coil replacement at Judy Nelson, which will be taking place, and then a ramp for the swimming pool in Kirtland that we're waiting on delivery. So our numbers in the 11,000 come to 1.456262. So there's $1 million difference. So we need to get with finance and see what they are capturing that we're not capturing in our CIP report.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, please.
So, Superintendent Carlson, so the whole reason for this is report discussion regarding strategic plan consideration, board priorities pertaining to the budget and organizational chart. Not on expenditures outside, and then all I see here is just not even our scales, but our workforce scales, and what is our maintenance? How many do we have in maintenance?
How many people or how much?
How many people?
Candace, you can go ahead and answer that. How many maintenance people? And I don't know if you need overall numbers or those who are currently hired and
the numbers that pertain to our organization.
Candace?
Give me one second. I'm trying to drive and read these reports.
Is maintenance the only one that's under?
For operations? No, her report
No.
is broken down by construction, maintenance, transportation, custodial, grounds.
So transportation, how many people are we looking in that?
Transportation, Vice President Aspis, we have 51 FTE in transportation.
And who else is all?
The other, we have food service with 65 employees.
Food services has 65?
Yes, ma'am.
See, this is the kind of report we need. And maintenance, how many?
Maintenance, it's not on my report, Vice President Aspis. I believe we have 30 might be high.
And any specialized positions?
Can you expand on specialized?
Electrical, plumbing, bricklayer?
Yes. So we have 2 licensed plumbers and 2 licensed electricians currently, and 1 licensed HVAC and a journeyman HVAC that was just hired.
So under the electricians, we have 4?
No, we only have 2, Vice President Aspis.
But they're both electrician and HVAC, right?
No, they are just electricians.
So where do the HVAC come in?
The HVAC is a separate trade.
Yeah,
And we
I know
have
it's
two
separate, but,
two
I mean, is it
individuals
under
that
our organization?
perform that duty.
Are they under CCSD?
Yes, ma'am, they are. They are CCSD employees.
And custodial, how many are we looking at there?
Custodial, I believe we have 65 custodians.
How many did you say, Ms. Thompson?
I believe we have 65.
So according to the org chart, I don't know if that number's changed. The only ones listed there's 45 at the schools and 4 admin. There's 49 according to the, oh, I lied. 20 more than that, so it's 70 or 69.
Let me get that number. Steve, give me one moment.
Yeah, I was including 19 head custodians. I 1 admin.
Let me pull up the org chart that I sent, Steve. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry, I'm having to do this remotely.
And security, is that under operations?
No, security's it's separate. Yeah. It's under me. It's under Candace.
Do you know how many security you have?
Yeah, I believe there's 2 coordinators, and currently I believe there are 12. Is that number correct? 12 LSAs, and that again, like I talked about, how if there's attrition there, that number could go down, or we could take away at least 1.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
Would you all want to have projected the sheet that Jermaine's using here that shows the budgets for each of the departments as they speak?
That would be good.
Yeah.
That would be good.
Sharon, I don't know if you can hear. There is a report called, it's from 5/10/24, 6-year trend by location for operational for Fund 11,000, and it does not include salaries, but it's kind of some blue. And I can resend it to you if I need to.
Okay, that'd be great, and I can upload it.
Okay.
And tell her to magnify it.
Make it bigger.
So are there any other further questions for Ms. Thompson?
No, I wanted to shorten.
I don't.
I'm good.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Wilds, one more time. Any further questions for Ms. Thompson?
I have no questions.
Mr. So, any questions for Ms. Thompson?
No, I don't. Not at the moment.
All right.
I just had a question. This is probably related to construction. Are there any upcoming projects that can be held off, or are there any proposals about what's in the works or what's going on right now?
Board member, so Right now, we are just finishing everything. The only project that we have in the works is Newcomb Elementary School. Other projects that are possibly studying there are also associated with the Newcomb area.
Okay, thank you.
And then, board, I will just give me a few minutes and I will send my org chart with all the employees for the operational, so you will have the accurate information. And again, I apologize for not having that right off the top of my head.
No problem, we appreciate it. And one more question, Ms. Chappelle.
Ms. Thompson, for Mr. So's question, can you maybe send him the 5-year master plan so he can, I don't know if he has that.
Yes, Ms. Chappelle, I will be more than happy to share with Mr. So.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more further questions for Ms. Thompson, thank you very much, and drive safe, please. Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Have a good evening. Who would we like to go to next? Anybody in particular? Ms. Aspis? Any department you want to have step up to the plate?
Athletic. Spend some.
Mr. Switch?
Ms. Ray's gonna pull up, I resent that report, and so she was there were several reports on the email, so she's just sifting through to find the first one, so she's gonna project it now, hopefully. That's the one that says the 6-year trend, the first of those three. It's blue. There you go, first one. Make it way bigger.
There you go.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so, and Sharon, can you scroll down where it has the departments listed? Not the schools, the departments. Too far.
Or does it show it's athletic?
It's right there.
826.
Okay.
Right there's good, Sharon. Thank you. So, the reason, there's several reasons, and then like I said, why some of the costs were high during this time was the fact is we're locked in to a two-year period for scheduling for football, other sports as basketball as well. The travel was a big issue on this one, and as you know, there was diesel fuel that, the cost of diesel went up. Also, the monitoring of where teams traveled, of where they go and play for their non-district games, and those non-district games would also include going to tournaments. And some of these tournaments that our teams would participate, not all, but some of the tournaments, their traveling costs would be provided for, but still teams that traveled during this time, there wasn't a close look at where they were going. Also, the cost of supplies and materials have gone up as well, as far as uniform costs, equipment that our athletic teams need to participate at this very highest level. Another big cost is the paying of sports officials. In football, you pay $75 per game,
and that's not counting travel. We have to pay for officials. So football, depending on the availability of football officials, you're paying 5 to 6 football officials per night on Friday night, Thursday, Friday night. Middle school, it was a little bit lower. You can get by for 3, but cost officials during this time went up from $65 up to $75, and that number probably will be going up here eventually in the next year to 2 years.
Let me stop you. So, keeping with this item 3, do you have the agenda? Where it says report, discussion, and possible action regarding strategic plan. So you as a director, where do you see the consideration as far as the budget is concerned? What?
Mike is.
I mean, we know, we've all year long we've heard the reports on costs. We've heard the. I mean, I'm talking about for time's sake here. Where in the budget are we able to discuss with you to about your department on where what we need to where we can it wouldn't be so much and making a decision.
So
you know your departments.
So on that, I would say the travel is a big issue, and one of the things that I have notified all coaches at the high school level is the of cutting down on the long trips where they go. Also having more coaches fundraise for travel such as this. Cutting down the travel costs is one of our biggest costs when it comes to athletics, and it's been emphasized for the next school year that they're going to have to, and I've looked over the scheduling to make sure we are not taking any more of these long trips. Only that would, the exception of that would be the district play. And that's, our teams that are involved in the district, we'll have to play those games.
So didn't you say we were locked in?
Yes, we started so when I started this position, board member Aspis, we were already locked into a 2-year schedule. So we just completed that this year. Okay. So next year we start on another 2-year schedule.
And I don't say this sarcastically, but are you not the person that would make changes or ask at that level, New Mexico Athletic Association, to schedule our games closer, or where we don't have to do hotel, or are you not in that position to do that?
I am. I do make that. What happens is watching our travel outside of non-district play. That's where a lot of our traveling costs comes, when our teams travel to other geographical areas within our state. It's been notified, communicated to the principals, the athletic coordinators at the school sites. They're going to have to cut down these long costs of travels. That's where it's getting us. It's sporting activity events outside our district play. It's non-district in tournaments. That was a big cost for us.
One thing that I see and I've raised before is that coaches are protective of their records, so they don't want to play our area schools, in case they may lose or ruin their records. But usually when they do play, that generates a lot of money. And so we need to get away from that too, and where we're able to generate that money, and they're not having to do so much fundraising.
Yes.
I'm done, thank you.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Switch?
Oh, I have another question.
Go ahead.
So are we keeping with that rotation on the athletic wear for?
Yes, we are. We're on a team rotation for every 3 years.
And that's, to add to that, is that built into the next year's budget already?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's that projected 400,000, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any other further questions for Mr. Switch from the board? Ms. Haskey?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Wells?
No question.
Mr. So?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Switch. Let's go ahead and go to ICO, Intercultural Community Outreach.
Board President, Vice President, Ms. Aspis. It's on. Good afternoon, Board President Haskey, Vice President Aspis, Secretary Mr. Wells, and the board members.
I'm sorry, hold on, Ms. Dr. Lopez.
For time's sake, if you need to read that number 3, and again, you know, that's where we're pointing to, and yeah, on how.
Okay, yes, I can just go ahead and, I did provide copies, but I can just summarize everything for you. And then I was given an additional 30,000, 10,000 for each new school, Newcomb Elementary, Notch City, and Kirtland Middle School. On the paper, I did break it down by department, so I took that 61,225 and I divided it by each one of my departments, and so that totaled to $14,806 for each sub-department. On the paper, I did list the challenges that this would cause. I was told that if they didn't meet, that I could apply, and they would see about giving me whatever they could. So I did list all the challenges. And the reason we had a lot of money last year was also because we had a lot of teachers that when they were switched over from the lower rate at around 25,000, they went up to level 1. And so with the raises that came from state, that ate pretty much what we had in our grants. And so some of them had to be transitioned over into operational. So the state said we're going to give them a raise and move them to level 1, but didn't provide the funding. So we maxed out some of our grants. So that's why we had a huge budget last year. No, it was from whatever level 1 that they were, 25,000, I believe was for 520, or 520s. And then they were moved to level 1, which is about 58,000, some around there.
Yeah.
Base of 50. They basically went from 25 to 50.
To 50, yeah, they doubled. Or more, it depended on where they were on the scale.
Yeah, exactly. But on average,
on
basically,
average,
that's
it's
what they
about
were
50.
saying. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So that's part of that encumbered cost that we have to pay for.
And we have 21 teachers.
Board Attorney Chappelle, in cases like that, why are we asking reimbursement?
It is absolutely something that we can ask for additional dollars on. It's one of the things that I've been talking about in terms of the interim, letting the state know that they're essentially creating unfunded mandates. The state also, in some ways, is trying to get us to use impact aid dollars for specific purposes, and I believe that this is one of the ways that they are doing that. By creating a mandate and then essentially not funding it or creating sort of a grant approval structure. The concern about the grant approval structure is that we don't know the criteria for who gets awarded the grants. My understanding is that a number of APS schools who really don't need to the same degree the community school system that rural and remote schools do are getting a lot of those grant dollars. So I believe that it is something that we will need to follow up with, and it could, and we would obviously discuss this more in executive session, but it could be the subject ultimately of a lawsuit.
I believe we have more of an argument because her department complies to Yazzie Martinez.
Yes, and that would be part of that analysis as well.
Continue, please.
Okay, and so anyway, I did list the total amount that I have there in red. It's highlighted in red, and with each department, like 611, 615, which is my Navajo language and Spanish language with Miss Cheryl Benally. We did list all the challenges that were going to be under that department if we only stuck with the 14,806. And then for 617, which is our equity, he does get funded, and his salary does come out of Indian Ed when we apply for it. But all the extras that we do, like with the Student Equity Summit, leadership conferences for the students, which is part of Martinez-Yazzie and was being written in our strategic plan, that would cause a challenge on that. 602, which is a safety net with Dr. Harvey. The ARPA funds will not be available next year. We did have a rollover of $4,000 this year, but next year we won't have it. So all of that 14,000 would be going to her, and then on that for Title I. So we don't know how much she's getting there. 000 is community schools. We are moving forward because it is a state initiative with community schools. And that's where the 30,000 came, 10,000 for each school. We're just gonna have to get creative with the focus groups and I sent out a survey. I'm sending out a survey, just getting with IT to get that out to that area. But because of budget cuts, I was not able to get the community schools coordinator. So it's that work. It's going to probably fall on Ms. Kathy Whiteley and myself.
I have a question.
Yes.
Superintendent, regarding community schools and knowing that the state isn't fully funding, again, that's one of those unfunded liabilities where they put it out and then they pull that money back and we want you to do it, but we're not going to help pay for it type things, or if they do, they certainly cut back on it. And knowing that we have currently the one school, is that correct, Kirtland Middle School?
We have Kirtland Middle School that turned in the budget and they were approved. OHO completed theirs. but theirs wasn't approved yet. But I did talk to the state, and all the data that they collected for this last year, they could just add to that data, and then next year they can apply for the implementation phase.
Okay, so knowing that it's still, with all due respect, a crapshoot and whether they're going to get it or not, because they have to decide to the state whether we're going to get the funding, and knowing that the federal government is looking at it as an initiative, that was something that came out from the federal government, I believe is with Senators Lujan and Heinrich both pushing community school funding, and obviously an initiative with the state. Where are we with that as far as a district, in your opinion, as far as moving forward?
We're waiting on the state in a lot of ways. I mean, we're waiting to see what's going on with the OHO. So we don't know. Originally, they were not approved. So the only school we had with community schools was Kirtland Middle School. Again, the state basically said they were going to give $150,000. The number they're giving is 75. Is that correct?
75, yes.
So we have to pony up the other 75 because they said you got to have this because of the initiative. That's where we're at. We do need to have somebody who is able to perform the functions they're asking for community schools, and we will be able to delegate that responsibility.
Having said that, and you being the superintendent, is that a priority or initiative that we still need to be focused on? Because again, a lot of that's going to be the lobbying at the state level. Not just us, but with the other, in conjunction with the other school districts, to push them to fully fund that program. And again, if we can do a blended by reaching out to the federal government to get support there, then to support those programs, because they work.
Sure, and so the state, I would think, would want to go back to funding it fully at some point, but we probably need to do a little bit of lobbying on the district's behalf to make sure that happens in other school districts, because right now they're not. And if they just continue in the course, I mean, they can say all they want. They want us to offer as many CTE, offerings as we can at the middle school and high school level, but if they're not going to fund us, that's just extra funding that we're just throwing out for, because they say you need to do these things. Again, I mean, if we have priorities and we can find other funding sources, that's a different story. But right now, if the PED is just not giving us the budget for it, then we have to put things on hold a little bit.
Yeah, obviously, I think that's one of the initiatives that we seriously need to look at, especially going into the 60-day session next year, is pushing that, and maybe even putting something together, Ms. Chappelle, in regards to when it comes time in September as an initiative from the board to the New Mexico School Board Association as a bill consideration.
Yes, sir, and I would also recommend that we do that in the interim, especially with the SCG task force. There are going to be a number of initiatives throughout the summer looking at this issue. So the earlier we get that team together and those data points together, the better off we are.
Absolutely, I think that's certainly a priority coming from the board to be able to do that, because again, that type of education for our communities really makes a big difference, and certainly to be able to help with our ICO and in regards to if we can spread that through the district, especially down south, utilizing that as one of the ways that we address José Martinez. So it would be very beneficial. I apologize for the interruption. Is there anything else you need to add?
Yeah, I just want to add the last one, 616, which is my office, and so the challenge on that would be that we would have to stop work on the curriculum, the Spanish curriculum that we're working on, because I'm bringing them in during the school year. So they come in, and we come in like once a month or every 2 weeks. We're working on the Spanish curriculum and building assessment in that. And also there would be no funding to install the internet system in the POT building for the community center that we had planned there. We already have the computers in there and the printers. Those were purchased through ESSERS. And then I have maintenance on the cards built into my budget for my office. also the cars we use for school visits.
Okay.
Mouth is dry.
So, questions from the board. Ms. Haskey for Dr. Lopez.
Oh, I did include in the packet that I sent you, again, the organizational chart for my department. I saw that we have 12 listed in my department. We have 10 in my department, and that's the community schools coordinator, and also one of our clerical is no longer with us, so that leaves us 10 people. So, and all their duties as they're assigned is listed on the organizational chart, and also the duties of the clerical that left have already been put into the other departments as to how we're going to make up that work.
So again, anything from the board? Ms. Haskey, any questions for Dr. Lopez?
No, but I didn't get that organizational chart. So I've been looking in my email.
Okay, I'm sorry. I will ask Ms. Ray if she can send it to you.
Okay, that'd be great. But other than that, in regards to with our numbers for McKinney-Vento, has the numbers increased in terms of, funding increase in terms of the numbers that we have now?
Yes,
Is that the budget?
They've increased some. We did speak with CNI with Bellamy. We work really close with Bellamy since she has part of the McKinney-Vento, and then we do the other part. And so we were looking at the cost that we are going to be able to spend on students. Right now, we're spending $250 per student, and I believe it was going to be funded by the state down by to $125.
McKinney-Vento is state funded? I thought that was a federal fund.
It comes out of
Yeah,
Title
federal
I.
program.
Yeah, it comes out of Title I from under Bellamy. So we work kind of close with her. So she provides that, and then we provide the second half, and we take the children shopping, identify them, and we also give her the data of everything we've spent for the report.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Ms. Aspas, any questions? Mr. Wells, any questions for Dr. Lopez?
Mr. Montoya, this is Carol.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I
Please.
mention something? So there is one grant, it's 27909, and it's called Native American Language and Cultures to Support and Preserve and Maintain Native Languages within New Mexico, and that was $750,000 this year, that we're moving some of the cost of the 520s from out of operational into there. I don't know how much it covers. We do have to apply for that again next year. I don't know if the funding has been lowered or not, but we'll know more soon. But there is that.
Yeah, we are applying for two more grants, and we also, like I said, we also did get the Kellogg's grant through Safety Net for $300,000, and so it'd be $150,000 a year for that.
Yep.
So we are continuously looking for grants. I have looked for community schools grants, but the only thing that's available is the whole school transformation community schools grant, and I don't believe we have the funding to be able to do that at this point. So we would not qualify for that because I've looked at it. I've looked at all kinds of grants, and that's all we can find so far.
Okay. Very good. Well, I appreciate that. It'd be nice to have somebody that could write those grants and search down, look at other options and opportunities to help fund. Okay. Mr. Wells, any questions for Dr. Lopez?
No one being many farms. I have no question.
Board meeting. And look up to go on.
Mr. So, any questions? board members so any
Did
questions?
you get that, Mr. Montoya?
No, we don't have any questions. Thank you.
Alrighty. Ms. Aspas, you had a question?
Yes, I do. For athletics, I want to go back to switch. Athletics, are you given a budget?
Can you repeat that, please?
Are you given a budget?
Yes, ma'am.
How much?
400. 400,000.
400,000, okay. And then, do you have any leftover?
No, ma'am. 'Cause a lot of our budget, what comes out of this is a lot of our student travel, and we do help fund other academic activities within our school districts when they go to compete academically, such as robotics, spelling bee, and stuff like that. So a lot of our funding that we receive is taken up by student travel for our schools to participate in here locally, or when they have to travel to Albuquerque. There are some other things that do take up a lot of our travel, and we're just going to have to make sure we are watching how that they are traveling as far as their expenditures and how many trips they can go on per year. We just need to, we've been really already communicating that with the building principals as well as the athletic coordinators as well as the sponsors to be more cautious and look out the cost of travel and to see if the school sites can do more on their part as helping out or fundraising. But a lot of student travel comes out of our budget.
So you don't have any leftovers, but, and you're saying that these smaller, like robotics team, and are utilizing the leftovers of what you have left?
So for, like I said, we do fund those, and then we do have some at the high school.
You fund specifically their travel or their competition?
Their competition, if it's district competition, state competition, and national competition. And a lot of our schools either at the elementary, middle school, and the high school do compete at this. And depending on the trip, we do provide lodging, transportation, and meals on these trips.
My cat, right.
Okay, okay, thank you. And, Dr. Lopez, with your budget, do you have any left over?
The only thing I had left over this year was that $4,000 that was being rolled over. We do use a lot of the JOM for a lot of things that fall within that grant that are already written in that grant. So we utilize that a lot for our teachers and family cost and things like that. But the only leftover rollover was the $4,000, and then the two community schools this year, they did leave one school left $1,236 on the table, and the other school left $1,600 on the table, and that's all we had left.
Okay.
I have a question.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
A question for Mr. Switch. How many FTEs in your department?
You talking for students?
I'm looking at just the budget, but I want to know how many full-time employees do you have that are line item under your department? or how many half-time or part-time employees do you have? But specifically, how many full-time?
For full-time, we have, underneath me, we have 6.
6 full-time employees?
Yes.
How many with stipends that receive stipends?
There is none with no stipends. They are on payroll.
So the rest of the employees are not part-time or half-time?
Yes, I thought you said that was underneath me. I apologize for that.
Yes, under your department.
Just under my department,
Yeah.
As far as coaching, I have 6. I have 6 that are underneath me. The coaches would fall underneath the school sites itself, which would be the principals and the athletic coordinators.
So that you don't under your budget, you don't pay for those.
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so I appreciate that information, Dr. Lopez and Mr. Switch. I also appreciate, Dr. Lopez, the fact that the way you laid this out, this is a very nice template in regards to the tasks that each of these individuals do under your charge. It's very beneficial, so I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't have any others because I kind of asked in regards to community schools because I know, again, that's a state initiative, and it's very important on how we do that. Somebody had a comment?
Quickly, Denise, go on there.
So, I'm glad we're going over this. I just want to clarify. So, their budgets and others may be short from what we think we might need, and that's where we're trying to get at. And so, again, we did like an average, and then we tried to go back to like a 1920 because we were trying to fit within the actual budget. So, some departments are probably going to need more money. For instance, her ICO and Switch, his department is, I mean, there's a lot of travel. And so that's what we're trying to still balance. So I just wanted to make that clear that these are just recommendations right at the moment because we're still trying to get down to zero-based budgeting. Where are we and what do we really need?
Okay, projections for the upcoming year.
Yes.
Basically is what you're saying.
Yeah.
And that's kind of, again, recommendations. That's the key word. I think we all understand that, so I appreciate that.
Okay, good.
To note and make sure that everybody understands on the board that the word recommendation is being utilized in this context. So thank you. Anybody else for Dr. Lopez? Going once, twice, sold 3 times. Mr. Macarena, would you like to go next, please? To iterate Ms. Asmus's point. This is really the meat and potatoes of what we're looking at, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're pumping diesel, you're saving 10 cents per
Or should
gallon.
be
Thanks
looking
for
at,
that,
I should say.
We can look at the IT department first.
Assessment's easier. Quicker.
So, good afternoon, Vice President, as President Husky, Secretary Wells,
Board member Montoya, board member So, and community members. I'm here to present some of our kind of like our budget proposal for next school year, and Mr. Carson wants me to start with the assessment department. So basically, what we are looking at on the sheet are the different assessment programs that the state required our district to follow through. And as much as I wanted to cut those budget, and we talked about it last time, those are mandated by the PED, and regardless of how many kids we are going to provide those services in assessment. And it's on one-page sheet. It says University of Kansas, WIDA, the software, Performance Matters, PD for Performance Matter, professional development, and then supplies for our schools
North Carolina from
in
California, and
assessment. So
me and my girl was trying to get back to North Carolina from California. We got the silver CRV. I went out to California and I was a CDL driver out there, right? And we couldn't make it. We're kind of stranded trying to get back, home to North Carolina. You won't be able to help us out with $50.
Board member Montoya,
Might be able to.
um,
Brother, I
you
mean, I really do.
4256.
With the price of fuel and stuff out there in California and the price of rent and everything, man, I mean, we couldn't make it. I went out there to try to work local.
we
She
do
wanted
get
to
a
try to do
budget.
something
It's
different.
actually
Okay.
a merge
I'm on
from assessment department, data department, and of course, the gifted program wherein it is like it is housed to 821 DAC.
Where are you at?
Basically,
We're over there.
They're over there, right here. Departments that we have, but we recently separated the two departments. That's why you have assessment as 47,128 for.
Coming out the bottom. Coming out the bottom. Well, we got a little bit of gas. She was needing to eat. I got like 3/4 tank of gas, but she needs to eat.
47,000.
That's what I was saying. I mean, we needed gas and food. We got a long way to go. But I mean, I'm trying to.
Was one of your questions. You did want a little more information on 823 questions.
So the total between the two is 425, 350, right? Projection.
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, that's
What is it? Okay. Well, I mean, we got like 3/4 tank of gas, like a little bit of food money. We're going to try to make it to Albuquerque, then on back to Carolina.
Is this correct?
I mean, we're just trying to get as much of them as we can as we go. But see, I was showing you, I was a CDL driver. I drove out there to California, and we couldn't make it on the way. That's okay, I understand. We just needed a few dollars to buy some food to help, gas along the way. You know what I'm saying? Well, to get there to North Carolina, I don't think I got that. Oh, I know you can't do that. Just whatever you can do would help.
Assessment from 47,000 and some change.
I can give you a little money, and I can off your tank off.
That's basically the answer for this, because in the past year,
Hello?
assessment
My name
is under the 81,
Oh,
which is
hello?
data.
Hello?
Data.
It's Suzette. Can the 4256 be muted? It's really hard to hear the presentation with that phone on.
Mr. Wells. Brian, can you mute his phone?
Can we not mute him? Can people unmute themselves? Could you just mute everybody and then tell them to mute themselves or unmute themselves?
Okay, so the total for the three then that I missed, the big one, 2.711.
Thank you.
501 for the three,
including
IT. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, IT. And some of those, again, as you said, especially in regards to the assessment, those are required, correct?
pretty much determined, yes, sir. And for the data department, that's, again, kind of like a background. Data department manages our student information system, which is our Power School,
Understood.
our learning management system. Those are pretty much our gear to make our system, our schools work. So we needed those systems to be in place.
Need to have them in order to get the data that we need.
Correct.
So any other questions from the board? Ms. Haskey, any questions for Mr. Venturina regarding that first page? Mr. Wells, any questions?
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. So, any questions? Okay, we'll move on to your next one that you have.
Yes, the next one that I have is the gifted program. So I have itemized all the we listed all the requirements and systems that we are looking into for next school year, and we're looking for about 100,000 to fund our gifted program for next school year. And this includes the trip that our students will be going for summer camp, because it's in between the fiscal year, or mainly in the upcoming year. So most of the money that are listed here is going to be used for that summer camp for our students.
Any questions from the board regarding the research department, gifted, talented, creative programs? Ms. Haskey, any questions for Mr. Venturina?
Not at this moment, thank you.
Ms. Aspis, any questions?
So on data, the information technology and the data student assessment, besides what's budgeted from the school district, my thoughts have been more as far as grants and especially after COVID happened, how much additional money did you get for that, if any?
So I can speak with the ESSER's funding that were added to our department last school year, or even this school year, where we receive about 1.5 million to add to what we have currently, but those are already, we already purchased and had encumbered those basically for ESSER's 2 and 3. We added those, but you can see that on the chart that is being projected, our budget increases so much because of the systems that were in place during those time. Starting from school year 19-20, when we have our own, like our new systems, like our MacBooks, our iPads, our Chromebooks, those are all new to our district, and especially with Google. So we needed to purchase the subscriptions and yearly subscriptions for those systems that we have, and we have it itemized, those subscriptions, yearly subscriptions that we have for IT department. Yes, we do get some of those money from ESSER's. We didn't have any grants that we need to write, but we're looking at some grants that when we heard from our finance director that we're kind of like looking to cut budgets, I looked at some of those National Science Foundation grants that we can apply for. Those are big chunks of money that we can apply through the federal grants or federal government. Aside from that, we also have the E-rate funding. So E-rate funding, basically the FCC, the Federal Communications Commissions, split the, and it's not only for school district, but also with public libraries. So they, currently we're on 80-20, so any communications like internet, WAN, wide access networks, those are covered by the E-rate 80%, and we pay the 20%. And those are directly paid by the FCC to the vendors, which basically our vendors in our area are Sacred Winds, NTUA, and CenturyLink before. So those grants, or not grants, but funding coming from the federal government. So for the IT department, we're looking or recommending to get a budget of 2.28 million, just again to respond to all the subscriptions that we have. We can cut some of those budgets, budgeted like the PDs and trainings, but those are minimal cuts that I'm looking forward to next year, and I think those will really not affect much of the budget, but the subscription communications are the biggest chunk of IT budgets for next school year.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Haskell.
With, I was looking at the Verizon bill. How many district phones are out there and who gets district phones?
Currently, we have 80 plus units, or 60. Yeah. 120. So 120 units that we subscribe from Verizon, Ms. Husky.
120 phones, phone lines?
Yes, and some of those are hotspots that we provide to key personnel.
Because it was a huge amount. I don't have I'm trying to find the spreadsheet. And the cost went up, correct? 20% from before. It says amount is, where was it? No. 95,000 to 114,000. Is that correct?
I'm verifying it. I'm looking at it. Yes, that's 114,000 with 20% anticipated increase for next school year.
Okay. And you said who gets these cell phones, these hotspots?
Hotspots. Yes, so most of those are the admin. All the principals receive, each of them receive phones, district issued phones. All the directors, all the coordinators, all the board members, and I think LSA, our security, and then the maintenance people as well.
Superintendent Carlson,
Yes, ma'am.
can we get a list of the people who are getting those cell phones?
Yes, we do have those lists, and I can send that to you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Wiles, any questions for Mr. Venturina?
Board member, I just have a correction. Brian Casala is here, Ms. Husky, and he is actually our Verizon manager. According to him, we have 172 units that we have for Verizon. I stand corrected. 172.
Mr. Montoya, I have nothing further.
Yes, Mr. Wiles. Mr. Wiles, you had a question?
No, I said I have no further questions.
Okay, my apologies. Mr. So, any questions for Mr. Venturina? No response from Mr. So. Mr. Venturina, I do have a question. I know you made a comment about the consideration of the professional development, but if my math serves me correctly, for the 3 different pages that you gave us, I believe that's just a little over 100,000 professional development. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes, sir, and that's actually for teachers and school staff, not for our department, because we are tasked to provide those services and trainings to our school, especially with Power School, Performance Matter, our learning management system, which I shared before, that we're rolling that out to the middle school and then eventually to our elementary, and those plans are shared to our building principals, so we will be taking care of those trainings.
Okay, so that's a cost that you and your department pick up for the buildings?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I have one last question.
Yes, ma'am.
Tesla Models 3. Why 3 Tesla models? What are they for? That's the vehicles, right? The cars?
Oh, yes, President Husky. So by the time we ask our coordinators to prepare their budget for next school year, Mr. Mike Thomas kind of like give us something to think about, the Tesla model cars, but it's not part of our budget for next year. It's just one of those out of the box that our IT department wanted to try, because we are the technology department. We're going to try, but it's up to you, board, to decide to provide IT department a Tesla car.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's not on that 2.2 million.
Okay,
budget.
yeah, because it said 125 and then it went up to 150,000. And the proposal was for 3 Tesla vehicles. So, okay. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Haskey.
Yes.
Oh, he had just heard the comment that I made in that last board meeting where I was talking about the electric vehicles, and the superintendent utilizes me, actually took me on that offer as a suggestion.
Well, talking to the transportation person from the state, when they talked about getting a new electric truck, talking to them when they were here when they were in Shiprock, they said they were very reluctant to drive their truck onto the res, their electric truck onto the res. So it kind of made me wonder.
Well, of course, just like I said, the wheels on the electric bus don't go round and round when they're out here.
Yeah.
If I may add, board member, because of the setup that we have for our IT department, so we have IT group that is housed or located for Kirtland, for Shiprock, and I'm proud to say Newcomb Area School. So they don't really have to travel like as far as from Shiprock to Newcomb or Nash City. So we were trying to see if we can do that. So actually, Mike had already obtained a code for those Teslas. So if you're ready to get CCSD on on the leading for electric cars, there are 3 codes that were provided for us, and I think it's a reasonable amount compared to the ones that are commercial. But again, thinking out of the box and the challenges that we have for the district, we're trying to see what other, opportunity and technologies that we can bring into our district.
Yeah, certainly if you follow Elon Musk, he's kind of winding down his, no pun intended, winding down some of his considerations as well, so.
I'll only agree if you assume all maintenance costs. So, may I?
Please, go ahead.
I'm looking at this sheet here, and for the professional my gosh.
Development.
And compared to the Purdue, and that cost is all of the, as you were saying, within the school district, not just your department?
Yes. So for those professional development teachers and gifted teachers are provided with those trainings. So it's not really just our department, and just like for the assessment as well. So there's PD included in that because we're training our site testing coordinators, our teachers. We're sending them to trainings to the state. If there's training on site on SAT College Board, we're sending those teachers as well. So we're basically projecting what could happen for next school year based on what we have for the last 2 years, which, including those teachers and staff.
And then you brought up how IT is in most areas, so that one doesn't have to travel. So do you have that cost of what it was to travel?
Mike has given me some numbers, but I don't have it on hand, but I can certainly go back and provide you with that, Ms. Aspas.
Yeah.
And he's quite actually excited when he brought that up, and I was excited to bring that up as well in the cabinet where we can provide, and it's definitely saved some gas and some time to go around. But I think one great thing that it could bring to our kids and our community is, when students looked at, our IT department's using one of the best technology ever provided, so it brightens up or open up the opportunity and their idea to go to that industry. So if they can see, I always like an on-hand or on-site experience for our kids to see that IT department has been leveraging technology by itself, so that will bring some ideas for them to go to the industry, to the field.
Yeah, I do know that just recently in the Daily Times, they talked about how a lot of these data centers are growing, and that's something that they didn't forecast, and that's the real demand as far as electricity is concerned. So I do agree. Thank you.
Is that completed, or you got one more?
I think I would ask for more, couple of millions, but
No, not money, but
I could ask more.
We would all like a little more. But as far as your reports are concerned, is that it?
That's it, Mr. Montoya. Thank
Okay.
you.
Any other questions for Mr. Venturina from the board? Going once? Twice? Sold. Thank you. On to Student Support Services. Microphone, please.
So you'll have our budget workbook that we turned in for this year, and you'll have our contracted positions with numbers. We took out the names, and then I also included the total number of special ed students and then broke them down by the related services that they are provided. And I should have had Courtney add the numbers, but I have them if you want to write them down. So I wanted to just give a picture of what our 11,000 is, and it's basically going to our contract services. So if you look on the services on the special ed part, those are the services that these related service providers need to be in 11,000 in order to draw the Medicaid reimbursement. So looking at that blue paper that you guys were showing, we did increase, but it was due to the increase in the RFPs. And then this year, it really jumped up. So we are actually asking for that number. And it's in the yellow in the back page. So last year we were given the $2,325,894, and then we are asking, but the numbers are included in the yellow. Why? Because of the increase from the RFPs now. We also, we do have some we moved, so we get our entitlement, our IDAB entitlement is also, we call 24106, but that's our IDA entitlement grant, which is pre-populated by the state when we do our application, and that's generated off that 825. So those services are provided, but the related services need to be paid out of 11,000 to get the reimbursement from Medicaid. So also to note is that even if we go with a lower vendor, the tax sometimes is high, but it can be the opposite too. So you can pick a high salary, like I'll just say SLP, but the tax could be low. So there's all of those factors included as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Sutherland, you were talking about the amount of contracts that we have available. Are those up to amount contracts, or are they a certain amount? It's so are you asking their invoice? So I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're saying, because it was, if I recall correctly, for special services in your department, we have several vendors that have an up to amount, or just potentially an unknown amount that they might charge. An hour. So they have an hourly rate. And that, so on that one sheet where it has the per hour, that's their fee. The unknown though, right, is that we don't know how many hours, is the hour set? Mm-hmm. Yep. So you'll see, yeah, so 7.5, and then based on those days.
So my question to your point, Ms. Chappelle, to you, Ms. Sutherland, is in an hours of a day, are all of them charging the 7.5 and being paid the 7.5, or are they less than in total? Because if you tell me they're doing 7.5 a day, that means every child that needs the service is being serviced accordingly to this.
Well, you have to include the evaluations, the notes, all of that is included in their day.
Okay, so are they charging per quarter hour? Or like
For
lower is that
Medicaid.
every
Medicaid
6/10
is
of an
point,
hour?
so 15. So every 15 minutes, you
Every
can't do
quarter
less.
quarter
Yeah.
hour.
So, for example, you don't provide service less than probably 30 minutes, but sometime in a session. But you might have students that get 30-minute sessions twice a week or 3 times a week. But then they have a caseload maximus as well. So, like, they can carry 1 to 60 for just seeing speech-only students, but ours mostly are related service, and so that's where the 30-minute comes in, and then it's 1 to 35.
Because I know in one of the trainings that we went to, I think it was last year, that was one of the concerns is how we're being charged by those service providers.
Right.
And the honesty of them providing
Mhm.
and charging appropriately, not just based off of a 7.5 day to collect the whole 7.5.
And we, when we first were getting into this with the contractors, because when I first came on, we only had like 1 vendor and we had 3 LSLPs for the whole district. There was an OCR complaint. So when we started looking into this and figuring out all the stuff, we did find that there was one person that was working for us and working for somebody else, and we just happened to catch it, and so we immediately were able to null that contract, and then we have systems in place to catch. So they have to turn in their timesheet. The timesheet gets checked off before it even gets to the invoice.
So you don't, I didn't see, and correct me if I'm wrong, a reimbursement total per semester, per year?
No, because that was Medicaid, and we were just doing. I was under. I didn't prepare the Medicaid stuff. I just was.
Ballpark. Do you have a ballpark number? On average?
I want to say we get back about 200,000, but I don't know. I know it's a good amount. We've increased when Ms. Chappelle came. She helped us get these systems in place, and we aligned it because when I came, there was just so much that needed to be fixed. So we worked on that and then got that working, and then we eventually were able to get other systems in place where we kept people. So like our SLPs, instead of having to find somebody in the middle of the year, we're getting sustainability. And so it's helping the kids, it's helping our Medicaid, and we're working really well, I think, as a team in the office.
So if I look at the special education total of 825, you have it broken down: audiology, nurses, occupational therapy, physical therapy.
What page are you on? Sorry, boss. This one.
Special education.
Oh, thank you. It's a single paper.
Speech therapy, 456. Am I to assume you take that 456 and divide it by 7.5?
No, I don't.
How is?
No, because.
Because I'm looking at it as a billable. If
well,
for speech therapy, 456 kids are getting serviced.
But it's based on their IEP, which is individualized, and the time of service that they get. So the Medicaid goes into max capture, and they do their notes, and they do their time.
So that's why I'm asking again. Max
But you would
capture
have
of the
to-
7.5 a day.
No, this is what we pay the contractors for their pay to work. The 7.5 is their day, like a teacher.
I understand
So
that.
what is on you would have to get their caseload and then figure out how many
That's where I'm getting at exactly what you just said.
minutes that they serve. Yeah.
That's why I asked the question, because again, if you're equating that to how many they're servicing and how much they're getting paid by the quarter hour for a total, are we really getting and then being reimbursed for those services? Because it should be a wash, right?
We get reimbursed for their services, but we also, for their salary, we get, like, it used to be 33% back through the state, through for having ancillary related service. So that's one way. And then the Fairbanks is another way we generate funds, because we have to be 85% on the Fairbanks study, but we've been for the last 4 years 100%. So everybody's participating. We really stay on top of that.
Chappelle.
Thank you, sir.
So just a quick backdrop on this particular section. And Ms. Gonzalez, one of the reasons we really want to look at some of this data is because, and hopefully you're on this task force again this year, this interim, is my gut says we are not actually netting out in terms of what the state gives us and the feds gives us. And so I feel like we're potentially in a deficit between those two income streams. What I mean is, I don't think the state is necessarily making us whole. And so some of this, I'm concerned, becomes an unfunded mandate on the per student count, the MEM dollars. Are you following what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so that's one of the reasons I'm drilling down on this, because this information is really helpful. We have 400, well, is this right? The total is 825 students, right, that receive various services
through an IEP.
What I'd love to be able to do, and obviously we're not going to do it today, but just as a, kind of next steps as we're working through some of these issues, is figure out, of those 825, are we losing operational dollars because between the state and the feds we're not being adequately funded? So
let me interrupt you before you answer.
Well, wait. I'm sorry. Can I finish?
That's all right. Go ahead.
So where I'm headed is, I'm glad to hear you say we have some internal mechanisms that kind of check on their invoices, and potentially I wouldn't mind checking to see if we could also be privy to what they bill other people. Here's my concern. We only know what they bill us, right? If they have other school districts and these people are working for other school districts, do we know what they're billing other people?
No, and I don't know if you would have, you could probably do it around their RFPs to see, but other than that, we just.
No, I would want to make it a term of their contract, that we have the ability to truth check what they're billing us, because this to me looks high.
So the bill, so the bill that we're talking about when they turn in their timesheet is their hours that they're working with the students. So like, they attend IEPs, they're writing reports, they're testing students, they're providing that direct service. And so that is what we're checking on. This hourly, we don't know, because I asked that question today. I was like, I asked Crystal, do we know how much the vendor pays them? And she's like, no, we don't know what the vendor gets.
I don't really care what the vendor pays them. Where I'm going is, they could be double or triple charging. So the same block of time they charge us for a memo that they write, they could do the same thing for other districts.
Oh, I see. So Max Capture is very monitored as well. So they would catch that right away. They do audits on everybody, and then it's very, because that would be stealing, so they have to watch that. Yeah, it would, and we would. Oh, that would be huge. Yeah.
One thing we could do is the RECs, specifically REC 5 in Albuquerque, they handle a lot of ancillary, and they do a billing and they do a per cost. We could do a comparison with that. We could do a comparison with some of the other state across, what does Santa Fe pay their people? What does Carlsbad pay their people? We could do a look at that across the state and get a good idea of where these vendors stand.
The ironic thing about, because I used to work for an REC and we used to fight this all the time, is ancillary people have taken the market, and what they've done with education is they've created a demand, but they have limited the supply, and they intentionally do that. So this isn't just New Mexico, this is across the state. We fought with this over and over and over again, because I actually was going to be an SLP, to be honest with you. But when I got through the very basic classes that I needed to get accepted into the program, they were accepting 12. My class had 100 people. And then I was like, oh gosh, I know I'm not the top 12, because I had these ladies that were brains that would skew the curve nonstop. And then on top of that, I get told later, oh no, there's not 12 positions in the
You're pretty
state.
darn smart yourself, so I'm not going to accept the non-brain answer.
Oh no, I wouldn't have made it though. So I had to change course. That's why I'm here now. But anyways, going back, it went from 12 to 8, because then they had to take 4 from out of state. And at that point, my only choice was to go out of state to Arizona, and I didn't have the capability to do that. So they really have controlled the market, and it's sad because they own it, and
Yeah,
I don't know how we would do it.
Yeah, they've controlled the supply and demand
Yep.
by controlling the demand or the supply.
The supply.
For
They've
the demand.
controlled the supply.
And that, again, all of that, I mean, I get that because been dealing for this for a while. But at the same time, my concern is, are we fully getting reimbursed 100% of what we should be in order, and that's why I use the word awash, because if we're getting that reimbursement, state and federal, then we got to get pretty close to be able to pay for itself. And are we capturing every opportunity that we can to be able to do that? That's what my concern is.
Yeah. And that I don't know, but like you mentioned, those are things that as we start looking at everything, trying to see, are we maximizing everything in every area? I mean, limiting expenses and then
You
maximizing
take a look at
amounts.
what's happening in Gallup and how much they recover. It's a hell of a lot more than $200,000 a year, that's for damn sure. All we gotta do is ask.
And so, on that point, Ms. Gonzalez, one of the things that going forward we really need to get a handle on is whether the SEG formula correctly accounts for what you just described, which is an inflated cost structure by these companies. My gut says it doesn't, and it's just another area where we're losing operational dollars.
Because we're forced to having to do it and comply with them. So I think, quite frankly, that might be an Attorney General's question because of monopoly.
Well, that actually isn't a bad point, because if they have dominated the market share, that is not a bad point.
And then you can go back and again, look at that historically. 3 years, 5 years, 7 and 10, and you see that trend, and that's what they've created. So again.
So, Ms. Sutherland, I'm really glad you're helping us understand this kind of huge increase. Is there a range that we have to be prepared for?
So the yellow, that's what we're asking for. So based on our FT, if you turn the page at the bottom, that it went from the 2,325,000 to we're asking for the 2,959,000. And that's only for FTE to cover the costs of our people servicing our students. I did include in there the maintenance of ESFR out of IDA, and that should hopefully help too. If understand that the operations, you do have to spend so much operations to get the IDA grant, entitlement, and so there's a balance. They don't want the entitlement to be the only thing that provides the services for the students. So we have to use 11,000, and we have to
use resources the same as students. So if there wasn't a disability, they get the same thing.
So it's, I'll just step in real quick. It's, so all your 24106, 24109, those are supplemental grants, kind of like the 24101, the titles and all those. So it's the responsibility of the school to ensure that you're giving a fair and equal public education to all students, regardless if they're disabled or not. So that's where she's coming from on the maintenance of effort. And so one of the things with maintenance of effort that's difficult is once we've maintained a level, so if this year at June 30th we spend 2.3 million, we have to at least spend 2.3 million next year. And so the hard part about it is, as cost goes up nonstop, that maintenance of effort is just increasing. So,
Quick question on that point. Have our total special ed student numbers gone up or down?
They have gone down, but then we went up 100 more this year. So from, oh my gosh,
I think really
from
should be a
900
percentage.
to 825.
we're at what are we, 25%?
825.
But what are we in percentage-wise?
That's a number, that's to what you need to look at.
17%?
Yeah, it's a
So,
percentage.
wouldn't, Ms. Gonzalez, that also depend on if your enrollment is declining?
So you would have to go
Or
through.
that number?
Yeah, so to challenge maintenance of effort, you would have to prove your numbers dropped. You'd have to do a big challenge on it. So this is another problem. Let's say we had and this happens everywhere, is let's say we had teachers that were level 3 and a level 3 left, and then a level 1 comes in. You got a huge gap in the cost. It's up to the district to argue back to the state, hey, we need to reduce our MOE because these things happened. I don't know if that's been happening. So those are things that we need to look at. But those things can really hurt a district and keep increasing if we're not really watching that.
What would it take to do that analysis?
Time.
No, I'm not saying before budget approval, but I'm just saying when the dust clears, what would it take to do that analysis?
So we're teaching my staff now the importance of that. And so we're on the first level of training on that. But now we need to move to the next level of, it's not just a number, it's a why. And we need to know the why. And so we're working on that.
And that's a good point, because that program function is going to determine a lot of what that funding is going to be at the end of the day, especially, and that's why I said it's more important to use a percentage than it is just a whole number of bodies. Because when you look at it from that one specific for that program function, those are your dollars right there. If you can't capture them, you're not utilizing them fully to its full potential, and people are just not understanding that, and then you're losing that money.
Well,
or it's not being funded adequately either.
Right. And one point I want to make is, when I got here, we almost didn't meet MOE, and it was because the finance department did not understand that you have to maintain. Had the budget not been given to them, and that's where we need to be flexible, is if we cannot prove that we're lowering, we have to give them the same amount from the previous year. And we almost owed the feds back some money just by not knowing the rule. And that's what's scary, is when people don't know the rules.
So potentially what I hear you saying is we need to make sure we have that up to amount in case we can't prove that our MOE is lower. But if we can prove after the dust settles that our MOE is lower, we may have some amount of dollars there that isn't needed for that line item.
Correct.
I think Ms. Sutherland had her hand up. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, when she's talking about the maintenance of effort, she actually created like a format in Excel how to track it. So that's something that we can use too.
I'll have to find it again. My brain doesn't work like that, but yeah, I had that years ago,
Yeah.
years and years and years ago.
So, I was just trying to think of all the things. So we did do some adjustments. We moved from our entitlement grant into 11,000, so we would be able to generate more for the Medicaid part. But I just really wanted to show that we're based off of the student number, what they're doing, and the caseload. So we don't have people just not doing what they need to do.
Anything else?
Let me
Before I
look at
open
my
it up to
notes.
questions.
Let me see. Oh, and pay raises obviously took a toll on us as well.
So
with
just,
the EAs.
yeah, so just to clarify, that 600,000 plus is all due to increased costs for services that are being
Yes.
rendered to the district. Because somebody has a monopoly in the state of New Mexico and where we're at.
Yeah.
All right, I'll open it up to questions. Ms. Haskell, any questions for Ms. Sutherland? Ms. Haskell, any questions?
Sorry.
Ms. Chappelle?
What superintendent just said to me, gave me an idea. When are the contracts up?
So they're after summer school, because we still have to have services for
So
the
then
summer school.
potentially if we do this analysis, we can come up with some better additional safeguards to make sure their numbers are right, because my gut says they are overcharging us.
Mm-hmm.
And then come contract negotiation time, potentially we can give ourselves more accountability.
So Carol's going to have to speak on that, because we do the RFP process, and there's
No, it would be
not
part of that.
negotiation.
That's, we run that RFP process, it's our contract. So we would essentially, if we as a district decided we wanted them to have more accountability measures, then that would be part of the contract. They could take it or leave it.
So in 3 years.
Oh, I thought you said after summer school.
Their contract. Oh, so the RFP is good for 3 years.
And they
we
just
just
got
got signed.
The
That's
new
where the
ones just
increase
got
came,
approved.
because they all went up.
All right, so we'll need to brainstorm on interim measures and then RFP measure.
So yeah, so they're what I was thinking was the individual, we contract them to provide the service with the service agreement, and then in that is a 30-day disclaimer, unless it's something really discreet or egregious, then we can cancel it, and we've had to do that. So.
Does the board have any other questions? Ms. Asmus?
No.
Mr. Wells? Mr. So, any questions for Ms. Sutherland?
No, I don't. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, so he's back on. Mr. Wells, do you have a question for Ms. Sutherland before we move on?
I do not have any questions for.
All right, thank you. Ms. Haskell, one more time, any questions for Ms. Sutherland? Okay, and I believe the last one, do you have somebody doing CNI? Oh, Mr. Desswood, if you would please.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. So I have a couple of updates really quickly. So if you look at the I guess the timeline or the budget for curriculum and instruction, a majority or a significant amount of them are for instructional materials. For example, our budget, $846,000 is in instructional materials for PE, health education, computer science, and career and technical education adoption. That's this year. That's based on the SEG that was allotted to us. Last year, we had a social studies adoption, and that amount was $812,277. 2 years ago, we had an ELA adoption, and that amount that was allocated for instructional materials was $812,289. So C&I budget is typically right around $200,000 for the departments. I also was asked to give an update on the number of graduates. I did present to the IEC last week as well. Currently, we have about 122 potential graduates for Shiprock High. Career Prep will have 50. Kirtland Central High School will have 149. Newcomb High School will have about 60 for a total of 381 graduates for the year. And as far as my department, curriculum instruction, I have one confidential secretary that's under operational, and I also have a state federal program coordinator that's paid out of operational. Other than that, I have a federal program specialist paid out of Title I. I have two coordinators who are out of Title I as well, and then also a third one that's on ESSERS, that there's a consideration to move that position to Title I. So that's what I have for my department. That goes over my FTEs. So majority of the budget for curriculum instruction is funds that are directly given to the PED for adoption of course materials. Thank you.
I'll open it up to the board for questions for the assistant superintendent. Ms. Haskell, any questions, if you're still on?
She had to leave.
She dropped off?
Yes, sir, and I apologize. She asked a question for Ms. Sutherland that I just saw, and what she would like is a 5-year trend of numbers and cost per student for 504 and what is it called? IEP. SPED. Okay, so
I can answer one of those questions. Yeah. As far as this year, I know we have 38 504s.
She's not on right now, so she wants a 5-year trend.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And I can do 504 because 504 is under curriculum instruction.
Okay. So it's a joint question, I guess.
Okay.
So, you understood that? Like a 5-year look at each year, so now and then 5 years back, of how many students, 504 and SPED, and the amount of expenditure per student.
On the 11,000, probably right. Because
I'm gonna assume that
we could.
And also, how many FDEs have been added since 21, and in what area? Or areas?
None. We haven't added positions in our department.
Ms. Aspis, any questions for Mr. Deswood?
No.
Mr. Wiles, any questions for Mr. Deswood? Mr. So, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you. We still have a quorum. Any questions for Mr. Deswood?
No, I don't.
All right, very good. Brian, he's back on. Okay. Mr. Wells, are you still there?
Being I didn't get to hear any of that, in and out of service, I have no questions.
You do?
I'll corner him later and ask him what the heck he said.
He said now that he's back in service, he can ask his questions.
So please ask away. And to whom would you like to ask?
What I said was, because I was in and out of service, I didn't hear him, so I have no questions for him.
Oh, okay.
I'll
All right.
phone him
Sorry about that.
and ask him a question.
Very good. Thank you for your clarifications.
No
All right.
problem.
I believe that's it then.
So real quick on the budget report that was provided, that's going to actually be provided on Thursday, just so the public can hear that, because that was an executive session. And I just wanted to let you know that, Ms. Gonzalez, so that you're prepared for that. So what we'll do is your agenda in open meeting on Thursday, and then we'll talk through whatever board action is taken at the end of this meeting.
Okay.
So for clarification, it'll be that the agenda that I gave, and then the recommendation of the SEG and the impact aid.
Right, it'll be whatever submittal essentially you do end up submitting on the 16th, because you have a deadline, I think, of 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
So we want to make sure that you can meet that deadline, and also that the public is informed on the outcome.
So we'll go ahead and submit is the requirement, and then just know that a budget is always a work in progress. So as we work through all this, we can modify as we need to. So right now the SEG is at 60,900,000 now. We added back in the whatever, so we're still under on the, but hopefully with salaries and benefits, as people are leaving and attrition, hopefully once the new year starts, we'll have a better idea of where we're at, and then we can go from there. And then, do you want me to go with, based on this blue sheet, where we have right at this moment? By department, because that's how we're inputting it in, is by department, by schools, that FY24 at that 27,343, 663, because we've got that's a lot of data entry putting in.
So quick question, I heard Candace say there was a discrepancy between her numbers and your number. Are there other things like that?
So again, I know that Mr. Switch is probably going to be short as we move through the year. I know ICO is probably going to be short as we move through the year. It's going to be, again, as we go, what are we needing?
Because what I heard Candace say was that there was $1 million extra between what she had and what you have.
So from Herbie, and I didn't hear back from her, is that there are a lot of stuff that is rolling over, and I'm thinking some of her other funds are short this year, so there's not enough money, so there's going to have to be pushed into there, and that's where that is. So I'm trying to get clarification on that.
Yeah.
I would rather budget high in those areas right at this moment, and we try and make it work, but then we're going to have to keep coming back.
Yeah, so my question would be, looking at that contingency, would your guesstimate be 5%? Or 5 to 10?
I don't know. It's hard being the first year, and until we can really get back down to, like I talk about, zero-based budgeting and having everybody really get back down to what do we absolutely need. It's hard for me to say. Again, that contingency is that cash balance, which is the 30-some million. We will budget that within the budget throughout, but in a special code, so that I know exactly where that cash is. But it'll be needed in order to balance the budget and keep it going. And then we will have to keep coming back and looking at this monthly and saying, where are we in our estimates? And again, I didn't have a place to start, so I just picked a number and said, okay, let's try and make it at 1920, and I didn't expect it to be that high. I was kind of sad that we are, whatever we get in SE and impact aid, we're spending it. And we're over on the salaries and benefits. But I think if we do a few significant, looking at attrition, one of the things, I wanted to bring up, and you guys can vote on this later, but we can build it in right now, is I looked at the 80-20 model on the insurance, and by us picking up the 80-20 across the board, the district is picking up an additional 1.2 million. If we went back to a tiered model where by salary everybody paid their share, it would save the district 1.2 million. I think that's a huge thing that we really need to look at, because if we can pick up, $1 million here and $1 million there, we'll get back down to at least what we're making in SEG initially, and then we can continue working, a little bit at a time. Where is it that we need to make some additional changes? So those are just the things that I'm looking at right now.
Board Member Montoya, are you all wanting to go back into executive session and
Yes,
then
we
come
are.
out? Okay.
I believe that was a consideration. So, for those of you that provided that information, I think, unless there's any other questions from the board, we can raise hand.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't do my two departments.
Go ahead. Go for it. I apologize.
That's okay.
It's a good thing I said that.
I'll just be super quick, because we're still working on ours. We'll start with the shorter colored group, not the legal size. Yeah, the smaller. Yeah, the unstapled one. We'll start with that real quick. So if you look at the first one, that's the operational district-wide, and that budget is $13,253,000. And like I said, the 24 transactions are $9,149,000. The increase is because of ESSER's going away and us having to pick up a lot of the information. But if you look at that sheet right behind it, that's that white sheet, that's an explanation of where that 13 million goes. And it's kind of like what Mr. Venturino was talking about. We've got a lot of fixed costs that we really can't do a lot with, except for possibly what is it? ESS. So trying to lower the subs. That's a big thing for the district. So we'll have to look at an initiative to really see with this principals, and I've been talking to Mr. Deswood, how will that look? What will we talk to them about in utilizing subs as well as within the department and stuff, so that we can lower that. But other than that, electricity, those types of things, it's all dependent on the market. We just signed today, propane came in a little bit less than what we had signed for this last year, so that might decrease a little bit. I can't remember what the new amount is. Probably about 7 cents a gallon less than it was this current year that we locked into. And we went ahead and signed it today because it's volatile. We don't know if it's going to increase or decrease. So it was down about 7 cents. So we went ahead and signed it.
Question. Looking at a couple of things here real quick. I don't want to drag them out too much. Mm-hmm. The ESS, is that total for subs, all the subs that were provided throughout the year?
Yes.
Does that include your contract fee?
Probably so, yeah.
I would think so.
Okay. And then, the other one I highlighted, oh, Arrow. We do have a propane provider here in Shiprock. You know that, right?
I didn't know.
Yeah, we do. It might be a consideration. I don't know how much it's going to drop, but when you start talking about travel and transfer of the fuel,
Okay.
that may be a consideration to drop that even a little bit more.
I just signed.
Yeah, I know.
We
I
just
heard what
signed
you
it
said, but I'm
today.
just saying.
Yeah, for future. Yeah,
I'm
I
surprised
wasn't aware of that.
no one's
yeah.
ever said anything. It's coming in to Shiprock on the east side of town. Shema Propane. It's a big sign.
I'll ask Candace to look into that.
Okay.
Carol,
Oh, are you there?
yes, I'm here.
Oh, good.
So our RFP is in effect for three more years. The propane today is 13 cents cheaper than what it was last year.
13 cents lower?
Yes, ma'am.
And the RFP is still in effect for 3 more years, you said?
Yes, this is the second year. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So you got one more year.
Second of 5.
Oh, second of 5. Wow. Okay.
4. Second of 4.
Okay.
Okay.
So the other one would be waste management. You also know Navajo Nation has their own waste management as well, too, right?
No, we'll have to look
There
into
you
all
go.
of
There's
those.
another one.
Can you look into those, Candace? Or is that my department
yes.
specifically?
We can definitely look into that for the Shiprock area. Yes.
Again, just considerations.
No, that's good because I wouldn't know.
All right, thank you. Continue, please.
So that takes care of that budget. And this is what is concerning me because if you look back at the blue sheet, we were only at about 6 million. When you go all the way up to the top. Sharon, can you move the blue sheet? Yeah, so we were running about 5.9, 6 million, and now we're up to 13 million. That is what's killing the district itself as well, because that extra's, that's a lot of money. 7 million extra that we have to figure out how to continue and absorb it unless the costs go down. Then, just district-wide, the next sheet is the budget form and what we're looking at. And I went ahead and had them include for you, and I won't go through it in detail. We just redlined everything that we won't do anymore. This is what was done this year. This is the budget, that was the budget that was built, yeah. So that's all the detail from the current year. And then how we got it down to this 425,000. One of the things I do want to say is that the budget was set at $1 million, and that's one of the things that I want to say is myself, I would never have set budgets like that because once you set a budget, people will spend it regardless if they need it. And I think that was part of the problem. And one of the things that we found and that I found and stopped, which saves us a little bit money, is on the page 3 of 8 of that red line, where they brought in Terralogic document systems. They were going to pay $518,000 to scan and document shred and do all kinds of stuff. I went in and stopped that because a lot of our documents are not necessarily needed to be scanned because you only keep them for about 7 to 10 years. There's no reason why we would scan them. We just need to move forward with those. So that was a big chunk of our budget. And so
getting rid of that kind of stuff should help us. So we're within that budgeted amount, but I'm going to be honest with you. I think auditing is high. I'm not sure why they put that amount in there again. That's going to be high. Professional development, we will limit that as we can. And then the other things are just the basics that we need. The largest is our software that we are required in order to run the day-to-day. So that's my budget on the finance side. I'm sorry.
The 1.218,190.
It was. was that, yeah. So now we're at 425.
All right, very good, thank you.
And again, we may be lower than that just as we go through the year. And if there's no questions on the,
Any questions from the board for Ms. Gonzalez? Ms. Aspas? Question?
No.
Mr. Wells?
No, I have no question.
Mr. So?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Move on, please.
okay, and then the next one is the human resources budget, and we did similar. We gave you all the redlined documents in the back. One of the things is, if you look at the first line, is the professional development. In order to meet our budget, we have to cut it down to $18,250, and right now we're still at 23,000. So we're still trying to figure out what is it that we still need to cut in order to get to that number. So we're still working on it, but we know that thing needs to cut and resolve. One of the things I also wanted to mention is that if you see on there added TESOL, Dr. Lopez asked that TESOL be added back into our budget because it's a district-wide initiative versus being on her side. So my department absorbed the TESOL in here, and that's causing some of our issues with trying to meet our budget as well. But we're trying to make it work. But there's all the supporting documents of pretty much what we're trying to do, and all the documentation in the back that shows how we got to those numbers.
And that TESOL falls in line with the licensures in general, correct? So that's part of the justification for that?
Yeah, and it's one of the district requirements that
That's
we're
fine.
doing. Yeah.
Thank you.
And that's it. We really are trying to scrutinize. Our biggest thing is the other contract services and the professional development. And again, if the professional development is absolutely not required, we'll make a decision on that, whether it gets to take place or not.
Open up to questions for Ms. Gonzalez from the board. Ms. Aspas?
No.
Mr. Wells?
I have none.
Thank you. Mr. So?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gonzalez, thank you.
So that concludes. Thank you.
And I believe that rounds it out, so I think we can move forward to enter executive session at this point in time. Someone like to make a motion to we can reconvene into executive session. And I will read.
I motion.
Ms. Aspas, okay, let me read it real quick just for the record. Convene executive session, discussion on personal matters regarding the board's goals and expectations of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, and discussion of participation in pending and or threatened litigation pertaining to the Zuni lawsuit in the state of New Mexico, education funding concerns as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Ms. Aspas has made the motion. Do I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. So.
That was Mr. Wells.
Vote or roll call, Ms. Aspas.
Mr. Montoya?
Yes.
That was Mr. Wells.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, that was Mr. Wells. I apologize.
Yes.
Mr. Wells, vote.
Yes.
Mr. So.
Yes.
Myself, yes. We have 4. Time is now 5:37. We are in executive session. Thank you, everybody, for those presentations of your reports.
reconvening back into, from the executive session. It is now 8:49. Motion to reconvene. Can you read the, item B?
Reconvene in open session. Reconvene in open session. The board has discussed in executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discussion on personnel matters regarding the board's goals and expectations of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 1015 IH2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, and discussion of participation in pending and or threatened litigation pertaining to the Zuni lawsuit and state of New Mexico educational funding concerns as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 1015 IH7 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
Now you just need a vote.
Motion to approve the budget with the direction and expectation.
Wait, you need a second, and then you need to get back into open.
Okay.
So second
I need
and
a second. Who motion?
You made him read it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I need a second.
We're just going back into open. We have a motion to go back into open session. We just need a second.
I second.
And now you need a vote. Roll call.
Is Suzette still on?
Yeah. She's on my phone. Suzette, we're gonna take a vote on going back into open session.
What'd you say?
I was telling Suzette that you're,
Tell her we're voting.
I did.
Oh.
So we're voting on going back into open session, Suzette.
Okay, President Haskell?
How do you vote? Are you on mute?
Yes, I'm on mute. But can we vote on it tonight?
Yes, but, right now we're voting on open, going back into open session. What is your vote, yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, put it up to the speaker.
Okay, I'll do that. Can you say it again?
Yes.
Okay, Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Board Member So?
Yes.
Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Yes.
a motion to approve the budget with the direction and expectations provided by the board to the superintendent.
I so move.
We need a second?
I second.
I second.
So Suzette seconds. So we'll vote President Haskell,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member So,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Vote, but I'm also going to make a comment in regards to my vote. I disagree with part of the direction, because I do not believe it's in the best interest of the district. You raised your hand at me, ma'am?
I am raising my hand to make sure that the confidentiality of executive session
I'm not
stays.
gonna say anything
I was
personal.
just clarifying.
I understand that. So again, I'm just stating the fact that I disagree with part of the direction. And I believe I have a right to do that, so thank you very much, and my vote is no.
Okay, my vote is yes.
Board Vice President, I didn't hear Matthew's vote.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Matthew, you're speaking to the microphone. I can't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, item 4, motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Second.
President Haskell, vote.
Do you vote yes to adjourn, President Husky?
I wanted to take a vote, if we can vote tonight.
We just did that.
Oh, did I miss it?
You voted yes.
No, it was
Okay.
yes.
Yes, I vote for that.
And
I
now?
heard the reading, but I thought it was on accepting that with the provision.
So the vote was on approving the budget with the direction provided to superintendent in executive session.
Okay, I heard this half of it.
Okay, my apologies.
The latter half. So yes, I'm in agreement, and yes, I vote to adjourn.
Thank you.
Secretary Wells,
Yes?
Board Member So,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I vote yes. We are adjourned.
Good night.